Race time 1:40. Good afternoon. I'm sure everybody had a fine lunch today. It's nicely air conditioned inside the main tower on the second floor. But again, temperature today 33 degrees, and I'm sure many of the teams, as we approach 2,000 meters on the water, nice breeze coming in from the south, which I'm sure has cooled everybody off to a good degree, because the 33 Celsius, a little on the warm side this afternoon. Just the following boats we have on the water. Of course, they start for 2,000 meters. And again, just a heads up to all of our family and friends and spectators, it is essentially a counterclockwise course. We will be starting at the finish. In behind, the boats will be starting off in 15-second increments, traveling in a counterclockwise direction. Essentially, 4 500-meter races. They'll be heading on down the course 500 meters, veering to the left, coming down another for the final second 500 meters to 1,000 meters, turning left once again, down to the 1,500-meter point, turning around on the final stretch, 500 meters. Following boats, we have in boat number 1, Cobra Kai. We do start off with the teams with the slowest seated times. Cobra Kai will be in boat number 1. Boat number 2, Liquid La Prem. Lane number 3, VIP Gorging Dragons from Victoria and Vancouver Island. Lane 4, Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club Premier Mixed. Lane 5, NDRC Yellow. Lane 6 from Montreal H2O Arsenal Premier Mixed. Lane 7 from Vancouver, the Juice. Lane 8, the Outer Harbor Warriors. Lane 9, 22D Premier Mixed. And lane number 10, or rather boat number 10, True North Hammerheads. And boat number 11, New Dragons Racing Club. When I mention Outer Harbor Warriors, I am pleased to have sitting beside me a gentleman I am sure familiar to many. He's got a smile on his face looking at the boats out of the water. And a gentleman I know to many of our crews. Of course, he was inducted. I was there on the stage when we inducted this gentleman, almost as tall as I am. I think we're about the same height, into the Dragon Boat Canada Hall of Fame in 2018. Of course, he is now retired. He, of course, the former coach of the Outer Harbor Warriors, a great runner and a great athlete, and like to have with me, and we'll be working, I think, a couple of the 2-kilometer races, a race that Mr. Jim Farintosh knows very well. And Jim, great to have you here this afternoon, and I know that you're smiling looking at the course, and some of the thoughts going through your head today here at the Nationals.
Thank you, Tony. I'm happy to be here. I came down this morning and unfortunately was able just to come today, but looking forward to a good afternoon of 2K racing. I've spent a lot of time in Welland over the years and have raced here many times, so it does bring back good memories. It's a great course, and the competition this morning obviously was a good precursor for this afternoon. So I'm looking forward to seeing the 2Ks. Always exciting and always a bit unpredictable. So we'll see some excellent races, I'm sure.
And as you know, in the off-season, a lot of our teams, of course, working on 3 elements of dragon boating: fitness, tied in with cardio, technique, and of course the mental strategy. But from your background as a runner, and I know that we were members of the Longboat Roadrunners in Toronto. You passing me in the 1984 Boston Marathon, that's another story. but I certainly well respected your tremendous prowess as a runner. But when you got into back into paddling and coaching, seriously, what lessons did you learn from your life as a marathon runner? What lessons were you able to bring to your work as a coach in dragon boating?
Well, every sport has its differences, but some of the similarities that resonate with the question, Tony, are sort of the mental preparation, the consistency of recognizing that a process of getting better takes years. So there's a degree of both concentration and being motivated, but also just a sense of patience. It doesn't happen overnight. I'm seeing a lot of excellent young crews here that are moving closer and closer to the top crews in the country. These are people who will have to be patient as their strength and endurance develops as they mature. They'll start to become real competitors to the top crews, start knocking on the door. So when I think back to running wasn't something that happened overnight. It took many years of work, consistent hard work, both over distance and under distance. Not that there's a lot of over distance to the marathon, but if you look at a 2K race, it's probably, if you think about running races, it's probably like running 3,000 meters. It's in and around the same time. So the energy systems that you use are definitely aerobic, but high level aerobic. So the kind of training that you would do on the track to prepare to race well, even on the roads, I think translates well to the kind of training that you have to do to be successful in a 2K.
Right, thank you. And essentially, the 2,000 meter, essentially, it's essentially 4x500 for 500 meter races. So I would assume the mental approach is quite different in each of the respective 4 laps of the course.
Yep, there are a lot of ways that coaches approach a 2K, but essentially it breaks down to something like that. The sustainability of the quality of each of those 500 sections is generally where the best crews end up. The ability to come off the corner, build speed again, and reset for essentially another 500, and to do that 4 times in a row. So needless to say, it's a slight different feeling than a single 500, to be sure, but mentally the familiarity of what you do when you go down the course once absolutely holds you in good stead when you do it 4 times. The overlay, of course, is all the strategy on corners and the fact that it is essentially a time trial where everybody's chasing the boat ahead of them. So a little bit different in that regard, but the mindset and preparation absolutely has similarities to doing the 500.
And another interesting insight, of course, during the 500 meters, 200 meters, of course, there's a lot of emphasis, I know certainly on my part, on the paddlers, the 20 paddlers or the 10 paddlers, these small crews. But in a 2,000 meter, there are 2 roles in the boat that suddenly, I think, leap forward, that become very, very important. Of course, the steer, a role that you're quite familiar with, and also the drummer, because I'm sure there's a lot of strategy on the part of of course, the paddlers are just simply paddling like crazy, but obviously there's a lot of work being done by the steer and the drummer. So those, perhaps just a little more of an insight into the roles of those 2 members in the boat during the 2K.
Well, you could spend a lot of time talking about the roles of the 2 people you mentioned, Tony. The drummer is always sort of the heartbeat of the team, whether it be a straight line race or a corner. So cues as to where they are, particularly going in and out of turns, is important. How they're coming up on crews. All of the awareness of what's going on around them, I think, is heightened in the drummer's mindset. When you're doing straight 500s, a lot of it is, the old phrase, keep your head in the boat. So people tend to paddle in a bit of a bubble when they do it 500, whereas there's a much greater awareness of what's going on around them, at least from the drummer's perspective. The steersperson is a huge part of the success in 2K racing. Mistakes made by the steersperson are magnified, and good decisions and excellent steering can make a huge difference in the results. So there's to use the word, there's a lot of pressure on the person in the back of the boat, but I think most people that have done 2Ks really enjoy them and rise to the challenge. And the steers people that I know and I competed against, I'm sure would agree with that.
Well, thank you, Jim. And Jim, again, relaxing just beside me. And once we get the race underway, we'll do some commentary working together. But again, just a quick shout out to the following boats. We have a few boats out on the water for race number 41, the Premier M Standard 2K. Once again, Boat number 1 will be Cobra Kai. Boat 2, Liquid La Prem. Boat 3, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 4, FCRCC Premier Mixed. Boat 5, NDRC Yellow. Boat 6, H2O Arsenal Premier Mixed. Boat 7, Juice. Boat 8, the Outer Harbor Warriors. Boat 9, the 22D Premier Mixed. And Boat 10, the True North Hammerheads. And Boat 11, New Dragons Racing Club. Teams will be making their way down to the starting area. We'll take a very, very, very short break once we get the teams into place, once we get all the teams close to the start. Again, we are getting a little bit of cloud cover, a good thing. I think we're getting up to our high of around 28 degrees. And again, the humidex of around 33. And as I mentioned, Dragon Boat Canada, safety is our #1 concern. And I know that both Jim and I, certainly not only as paddlers, but I think more so as marathon runners, realize just how important hydration is during the course of a race. One interesting question, Jim, that I had, and I was mentioning this, but I've always felt that the high fives at the end of a race, I think, accomplish 2 objectives. First is to congratulate your fellow paddler, but also just to check out their their state of health, usually at the end of a race.
I've never thought of that, Tony, but that's probably a pretty good observation. If there was a problem, people will be able to find it. But it's a good standing tradition in Dragon Boat, and I think it's a bit unique. I'm not sure that I've always seen that same sense of congratulations in other sports to that same degree because of the number of people involved, obviously. You just think about it. If you do the quick math here with over 20 people, and we've got 11 lanes here, so even counting drummer steers person, you're up to over 240 plus people. That's a lot of people competing, so the high fives are well deserved.
Good, thank you. We're going to take a short break. We should be getting the teams down here very, very shortly for race number 41. Premier M Standard, 2,000 meters, standing by. Good luck. Race time 2:08, 8 minutes after 2. And we have our boats getting ready for 2,000 meters on the water. And once again, for the benefit of our family and friends, great to have you here. And as I mentioned, the louder you cheer, the faster they paddle. And this essentially will be an individual time trial. We'll be starting off with the boats with the slower seated times. They will be starting off in 15-second increments. They'll be racing in a counterclockwise direction, essentially 4 times by 500 meters. They'll be traveling 500 meters down the course, veering to the left. And again, I have with me a legendary coach, paddler, steers, and again, a member inducted into the Dragon Boat Canada Hall of Fame back in 2018. Mr. Jim Farintosh is with me. And we are off and running. I believe we have the first boat out of the blocks, Cobra Kai. And we'll be starting off in 15-second increments. Again, we have boats with the slowed seated times heading out. Boat 3, we have Liquid La Prem. Now on the water. Starting off on their first 500 meters. This is essentially a time trial on the water. Third boat out, we have the VIP Gorging Dragons. And coming out, the False Creek Racing Canoe Club Premier Mixed. Well off for their first 500 meters. Followed by NDRC Yellow. Good quick starts out on the water. And they're followed from Montreal H2 Arsenal Premier Mixed. Next boat out from Vancouver, the Juice. And followed by the Outer Harbor Warriors. Well out on the water. Followed quickly by 22D Premier Mixed. And the True North Hammerheads. Again, champs at the major final championship race in Toronto several weeks ago. First place, great race. And finally, we have the New Dragons Racing Club. And again, with me, I have a veteran coach, paddler, steers, and again a member of the Dragon Boat Canada Hall of Fame with me. Just very briefly, Jim, we have in the water, we have two referee boats, and just very clearly, their specific roles during the course of the race.
Yeah, Tony, the boat that's in the middle of the course right now, closest to the turn, will be observing the turn, looking for any infractions, anybody closing lines, doing things that are inappropriate so that they can give a decision as to what they saw to the judges if indeed something has to be dealt with, either in terms of bonus or time penalties, that sort of thing. The other crew that's a little further up the course, about 75 to 100 meters from the turn, is the crew that watches to see whether a boat has been covered, which means when a pursuing boat is coming up on a lead boat, if the front of the boat is able to cover, be inside of a boat length of the tail of the lead boat, then the lead boat has to stay wide and give the pursuing boat the right of way on the corner. The lead boat has to follow a line that's wide enough to give them room. And so the decision as to whether that has to happen or not is the call of the judge that, as I said, is about 75 meters from the corner. You can see right now as the first crew comes, the judge is now looking. And of course, at this point in the race, the crews are all still well spaced out, so that's not an issue right now. But later on, it may be.
But of course, during the latter part of the race, I would imagine probably the crucial point is in the final turn when the crews are starting to get tired. I'm sure is a huge effect. But again, in this race, 2,000 meters. Again, this is an obvious question, but obviously cardio, of course, is a critical component of this event.
Absolutely. Crews, when they train, do different types of training, different kinds of interval work and distance work to prepare themselves for the 3 race distances. But the 2K is absolutely a speed endurance type of workout. It's largely aerobic, but there are pulses of anaerobic effort in the pieces. obviously the start, but even as they come around the corner and come off the corner and try to rebuild speed, you will see crews trying to accelerate. It's almost like doing a start as they're moving. So there are degrees of anaerobic effort that have to be placed. But 90%, actually more than 90% of the race is aerobic, and longer pieces, still at a high level of intensity, are what you'll see in preparation for it. Here comes two crews coming up. You can see a crew behind coming up to where they may be covering the crew in front and thereby have the right of way on the corner. So the crew behind will be able to take the inside line. The crew ahead has to stay wide to be able to allow them that space.
Right, and as you can see, we've got a really good turn on that crew, of course, giving space to the crew on the inside now. Has the inside lane, beautifully done. Turns, of course, are critical, and of course, your lengthy experience as a steers person. What is, maybe two or three, what are some of the top mistakes that perhaps a new steers person might make during the course of a 2K race, or mistakes that they should be avoiding?
I think the biggest mistake is not giving the crew that's pursuing particularly enough room. So if you close the line too quickly, you can cause a collision, and that generally not only will affect the crew that's pursuing you, but quite often crews will stack up, and two or three crews can be involved in a collision. Collisions are always dangerous, so there can be an issue of somebody getting hurt. So we're generally trying our best to make sure that that doesn't happen. A calmness in the person in the back is a pretty important part as well. So the heightened effort and exhorting them that might you'd hear, say, in a 200 or even in a 5, a little bit of a calmer demeanor, I think, is probably the best way to approach getting the best out of a crew in a 2K. So those are some things that new steers people have to think about.
Right, thank you, Jim. Now coming into the final 500 meters. And I know I speak from experience, having raced not at the 2,000 meter level, but I do remember, I think it was a race that you sponsored years ago, 3,000 meters. And I remember the final 500 meters. Good thing that right now we've had a bit of cloud coming in. It has cooled off a little bit. We aren't getting a lot of direct sunshine today. But certainly, what are some of the thoughts going through the head of some of the paddlers in the final 500 meters?
Well, like anything, it's like running a mile and getting into the last lap of a mile on the track. Because it's a familiar distance, some crews go back and almost pretend like it's a 500 race plan. So exhorting yourself to find those final levels of effort when you're already tired is part of the big mental challenge. But generally, crews build a lot of teamwork, camaraderie, so the need to really help each other. So not only look inward, but make sure that your teammates are being supportive. Doing it together is a big part of that last straightaway.
And another obvious question, and I know I'm certainly aware of this from my background as a dragon boater, but certainly my background as a marathon runner, that a good degree of cardio fitness, of course, has a great bearing on one's mental focus during the course of a race.
Yep, it takes time. It takes years to be able to build the confidence that you can go hard the whole way. It's just a natural tendency to play it a little bit safe, but the best crews don't. They go absolutely after it. As you look at this first crew coming in, you can look at the intensity of effort. They're working really, really hard, and so there'll be nothing left in the tank when they hit that finish line.
Right, thank you, Jim. And we have the crews coming in, final 500 meters. So again, the faster they paddle, the louder you cheer, the faster they paddle. Let's give them a great round of applause. 2,000 meters on the water, and great to get some clouds coming in, beginning to cool things off a little bit. Little breeze coming in from the south, but a great effort. 2,000 meters on the water, our Premier Standard 2K. Once again, this has been essentially a time trial for each of the boats. We will have the results once again. on our website, results.dragonboat.ca. And well done to all of our crews. We're looking at race number 42. Again, we'll have two divisions, Premier and our Senior B Mixed Small 2K. But well done to all of our teams. 2,000 meters done in the water. I'm sure deserving of a well-earned rest, but well done. And to all of the boats today, and again, certainly a big shout out to all of our fans in the stands, to all of our crews. But well deserved. Good work. Following teams should be down at the marshalling area, please. We have two divisions for race number 42, 2,000 meters. H2O Arsenal, Premier Small Mixed. We also have the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier Mixed. PDBC Hannah Nui Black Mixed. Great Lake Paddlers Senior B Mixed should be down at marshalling. EDBC, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Senior B Mixed. Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Dragon Masters Senior B Mixed. And finally PDBC, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club Senior B Mixed. And those teams, please make your way on down to the marshalling area. Thank you. For race number 42, we need the following boats. And our Premier Senior B Mixed Small 2K. Need the following teams down at marshalling, please, for race number 42. Once again, the Premier Senior B Mixed Small 2K. H2O Arsenal Premier Small Mixed. EDB RC, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier Mixed. Boat number 3, PDBC Hannah Nui Black Mixed. Boat 5, JLP Great Lake Paddlers Senior B Mixed. Boat number 6, EDB RC Senior B Mixed. Boat 7, ODBC the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Dragon Masters Senior B Mixed. Boat number 8, PDBC Senior B Mixed. Thank you. So once again, we need the following teams down at marshalling for race number 42. We have 2 divisions, Premier and Senior B Mixed Small 2K. Boat number 1, H2O Arsenal Premier Small Mixed. Boat 2, EDB RC Premier Mixed. That's the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Premier Mixed. Boat 3, PDBC Hannah Nui Black Mixed. And boat 5, GLP Great Lakes Paddlers Senior B Mixed. And boat 6, EDB RC Senior B Mixed. Boat 7, the ODBC, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Dragon Masters Senior B Mixed. And boat 8, PDBC Senior B Mixed. For race number 42, our Premier Senior B Mixed Small 2K. Thank you. And a heads up for race number 43. Again, we'll have 2 divisions. Please, a heads up to the following teams for race number 43. This will be the BCP Breast Cancer Paddlers and your Senior B Mixed Standard 2K. Boat number 1 will have the Fort Langley Canoe Club FLCC Senior B Mixed. Boat 2, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 3, 22D Senior B Mixed. Boat 4, H2O Senior B Mixed. Boat 5, the Beast. Senior B mixed. Boat 6, CSDC Senior B mixed. Boat 7, H2O Sia Crow. Boat 8, Dragons Abreast. Boat 9, Canal Dragons Hope Floats. Boat 10, Robust. And Boat 11, VIP Flat Out. Those boats for race number 43, the BCP Breast Cancer Paddlers, Senior B Mixed Standard 2K. Thank you. Race number 42 standing by, 2 divisions, Premier and our Senior B Mixed Small 2K. I believe we have the boats being loaded as we speak for race number 42. The following teams: Boat 1, H2O, Arsenal, Premier, Small Mixed. Once again, boats for race number 42. I believe we have the boats now being loaded. We should have the following boats in our Premier Senior B Mixed Small 2K. So boat number 1, our H2O Arsenal Premier Small Mixed. Boat 2, EDB RC Premier Mixed. Boat 3, PDBC Hana Nui Black Mixed. Boat 5, Great Lakes Paddle JLP Senior B Mixed. Boat 6, EDB RC Senior B Mixed. Boat 7, on the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Dragon Masters Senior B Mixed. And Boat 8, PDBC Senior B Mixed. Now making their way to the starting area. And a heads up for race number 43. Again, 2 divisions. The BCB Breast Cancer Paddler Senior B Mixed Standard 2K. And we need to have you standing by at marshalling once race number 42 is concluded. Again, we'll have 2 divisions for race number 43. Breast Cancer Paddler, Senior B Mixed Standard 2. The following teams to please be standing by. Boat number 1, Fort Langley Canoe Club, FLCC Senior B Mixed. Boat 2, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 3, 22D Senior B Mixed. Boat 4, H2O Senior B Mixed. Boat 5, The Beast Senior B Mixed. Boat 6, CSDC Senior B Mixed. Boat 7, H2O Siecro from Montreal. Boat 8, Dragons Abreast. Boat 9, Canal Dragons of Hope Floats. Boat 10, Robust. And Boat 11, VIP Flat Out. Those teams once again standing by for race number 43. The BCB Breast Cancer Paddler Senior B Mixed Standard 2. Race number 42, all set to go. Premier Senior B Mixed Small 2K. Once again, I don't think we had the mic on at that point. We do now. Little technical adjustment. As I mentioned, we do have boats out on the water. Our crews of 10 in the standard boats, and I know the gentleman sitting beside me, Jim Farintosh, with a few words on the smaller crews.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, this is new territory, racing with 10 in the standard boat. I kind of like it. I think it's a good use of the resources of a club to use a boat to prepare for small boat racing with this. Paddling a 2K, once you get the boat going, speed-wise, it's obviously slower, but not as slow as some people might think. You get a fair percentage of the speed with 10 quality people pulling. One difference, of course, is that the freeboard, the boat sits higher out of the water, and that makes paddling the boat, first of all, in terms of wash and such, that's perhaps not as big an issue as it would be with 20 bodies. But the fact that you're sitting up higher and a little further distance from the water means that there are a few technical adjustments. People might shift their bottom hand up a little bit just because the distance down to the water is greater. If they have a paddle, an adjustable paddle, they may also change the length of the paddle. They may make it a little bit longer. When you lengthen a paddle or move your hand up, the bottom hand up the paddle, you increase leverage. So there's a little bit of a different feel there. Have to be a little bit more patient with feeling the resistance in that situation. But with practice, those little adjustments can be made, and people can do a really nice job with it. As far as steering is concerned, getting the boat around the corner, because it is sitting out of the water, it'll skid around the corner very, very nicely. So in some ways, the turns on the corner are a little bit easier than they would be with the standard boat with 20.
So once again, thank you, Jim. And once again, we have two distinct divisions on the water. We will be the BCP breast cancer paddlers in the Senior B mixed standard 2K, so two separate divisions. Then the same race, we will be starting off with the faster division, the Senior B mixed standard 2K, followed by breast cancer paddlers. Another interesting observation, and I think this was touched upon in your fine book. I know that many of the coaches out there have your very entertaining book that you published a few years ago, mostly Dragon Boat Tips, Tales, and Lessons Learned. But I believe there was a tip I read in the book that, of course, because the race is done in a counterclockwise direction, how you seat the boat, I think, is critical, because you are turning left mainly, so you want to have some very strong, some of the stronger paddlers, would you say, on the right side of the boat?
Well, the ability to the left side, right side, the thing that I think some crews consider is putting a very good, strong paddler in the last seat on the right to be able to help with the steering. You can actually draw the rear end of the boat around. They skid. The rear part will skid around quite easily. So if you have a quality person in seat 10 on the right at the back, it can make the steering job a lot easier for the steersperson. Needless to say, the less pressure on that steering oar, the less slowing down of the boat. Boats slow down naturally, of course, when they're turning, but once it's started, you don't need to continue to put a ton of pressure on the steering oar. It just rolls right around the corner nicely. So getting a paddler in the back right spot that can help with that is something that I would consider. Sitting with 10 people in a 20-seat boat, you'll notice that there are a lot of different ways that crews are set up. Some are all together in the middle, some are spread out. But it gives the coach and the steer a little bit more flexibility in how they set up their lineup, which could involve putting stronger paddlers on the right closer to the back to help steer, not help steer, but help initiate that turn to the left.
Thank you, Jim. Oh, by the way, just a quick correction on my part. I apologize for this. Of course, race 43, this will be the race after race number 42. It's race number 3 that will have two divisions. The breast cancer paddler, Senior B, mixed standard 10K. Race on the water, and again I stand corrected. 2 divisions for race number 42 will be the Premier Senior B mixed small 2K. We'll be starting momentarily, and great to have Mr. Jim Farintosh, a well-known coach, steer, paddler, with me, giving some very valuable insights into the world of dragon boating, particularly 2K. We shall be starting very, very shortly. Again, we are keeping an eye on the weather. I think we may have a front coming in, but it has clouded over a bit, making things a little cooler out on the water. On the plus side, we've had a nice breeze coming in from the south, cooling things off, making it nice and cool on the water. And once again, just a nice big shout out to all of our family and friends and fans in the stands. Your support greatly appreciated. We're all set to go for race number 42. Premier Senior B mixed small 2K on the water. And we're off and running race number 42, our first division premier. There will be 15 seconds in between each boat in our premier division. First boat out of the box, H2O Arsenal Premier Small Mixed. And this will be followed by the boat all the way from Edmonton, Alberta, great city, the Edmonton Dragonboat Racing Club Premier Mixed. Third boat out of the block, boat number 3 in the Premier Division, the PDBC Hananui Black Mixed. And we're now waiting 30 seconds. The next division will be going, this again a separate division. There will be a 30-second gap. Once the boats are out, they'll be heading out in 15-second increments. So essentially we have 2 races within race number 42. Now heading off, first boat in the Senior B Mixed Small 2K. Great Lake Paddlers, Senior B Mixed out of the blocks. Now heading out, boat number 6, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club Senior B Mixed. And from Ottawa, nation's capital, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Dragon Masters Senior B Mixed are out. Good work. Out of the blocks, they've had a great day. PDBC, Pickering Dragon Boat Club Senior B Mixed are out of the water. Now making their first turn on the water. While the boats are out, Jim, I know that you live out in Pickering, and I believe the PDBC, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club, do host their own regatta. I believe the Pickering Dragon Boat Challenge. A few words on that?
Yes, Pickering is a big part of the dragon boat scene in the GTA, and the event started initially back in the late 90s as a precursor for the Toronto International that was held 2 weeks later. The founders of that regatta, Dave Owakawa and Jeff Miller, started it, and over the years it got bigger and bigger and took on a life of its own to the point now where it is one of the most competitive races in the Ontario race circuit. Very happy that it's literally in my backyard, so I'm very fortunate to be able to enjoy it every year. Hope that it continues for the next, I'm going to say it's been for 25 years, so hopefully it'll continue for the next 25.
Which actually just popped into my head, one issue, and I know from your experience as a steers, I've done a lot of cycling through Pickering, but I've noticed in Frenchman's Bay it gets quite windy. And I'm sure that from your experience, and I can see today we are getting a little bit of a headwind out on the water. But you as a steer, what are some of the things that you work with, and some of the ways in being able to mitigate some of the issues when you're dealing with wind out on the water?
Well, some things you can control, Tony. Others you can't. Helping people become comfortable and familiar with how winds affect the boats. I won't get into all the technicalities of turning into a headwind as opposed to a tailwind, but the rear end of a boat is really affected by the wind. So depending on the direction of the wind, it can totally affect how much steering you do. So the steers person really has to work at that. I'll stop for a sec here because this is pretty exciting. We've got 3 boats. It looks like the third one is going to cover the second, and the first isn't that much farther ahead. So we could see some excitement right here.
Beautiful. So we're getting some coverage, and of course having to giveaway, giving the boat number 3, having to give away and give the right of way to boat number 4, coming on through. Good turn. Now today we're not getting much in the way of wind, a little from the south, but what about a very stiff, and I've seen this in a few races, some of the challenges when you're dealing with a very, almost a 90 degree, a very stiff crosswind during the course of a race?
Well, depending on which side it's on, Tony, it can make a huge difference on how you steer. There really is, in some ways, isn't much you can do about it. Body position of the paddlers can adjust a little bit. Even the drummer lowering themselves to decrease the profile in a crosswind is probably something crews will try to do. But again, it's just spending time in these situations so that the high degree of familiarity allows people to be as comfortable in dealing with it as possible. We're always trying to be as light as possible on the oar, so things to set up the boat so steering is minimal. Steering is a big issue in straight crosswinds, however, so again, experience really matters.
And again, we now have a very clear turn coming in here at the finish. Second 500 meters out on the water, boat 3 coming on through. Very good. Boat number 4 on the left again has got the inside edge. Good work. Just keeping just a quick eye on the weather. We do have a little weather action, I believe, a cold front coming in. We'll see what the weather is going to be like tomorrow, but of course the weather is a major factor during the course of the race. We're always keeping our eyes skyward. Safety, of course, our number 1 consideration today. Now, in terms of fitness, and of course, with your extensive background as an athlete and as a runner, Jim, with regard to, of course, running, cycling, intense, I believe that some work is done with a medicine ball. I think that was an interesting detail in your book, the plosive exercises. But what about some specific work with regard, because the core work is critically important for dragon boaters. I've noticed many boaters, and I've seen out in Toronto, using paddle boards is a great way to stay fit.
Yeah, any kind of related cross training is of a benefit, Tony, including different kinds of paddling. I just want to give a shout out to boat 5 here, watching that turn. The steersperson did a really nice job tucking inside, tightest line, and came out in great shape. And the two boats did not touch each other or affect each other at all. So kudos to both those steers people. They did a really nice job there. Good steering and a safe turn. Core is important, Tony. It's important in a lot of sports, especially if you stay at paddling a long time, and you as you get better, start to increase volume. So there are a variety of things you can do, but anytime you can find core recruitment through a related sport, particularly something that teaches you water connection, these are all really of tremendous benefit.
And of course, the synchronicity is absolutely essential in the boat. But usually, how many years does it take for somebody who's never paddled before, has never been in a canoe before? What are some of the things that you're watching if you are training or working with, or let's say, for the use of a better word, auditioning a potential new paddler, and they're in the pool working with you? What are some of the things that you're looking for in a potential new recruit?
Well, high degrees of motivation are a good starting point. Being coachable, the ability to listen and adjust according to what is being offered. Patience, person that recognizes that to learn a skill, I always relate it to a musical instrument. It's like learning to play a musical instrument. It doesn't happen quickly, it takes time. So getting people that understand that. I've always liked, if you're looking for related sports, I've always liked to look at swimmers because they understand water connection, even though it's with their hand as opposed to a paddle. Just the inherent feel of how to find resistance and use it to move forward is already somewhat in place if you're dealing with then putting a paddle in their hands. So those are some things I look for.
Well, as you can see, we have the finisher coming in. Let's give them a great round of applause, and thank you, Jim, for your insights. We are getting a little liquid sunshine coming through, and we are keeping an eye out for any thunderstorm activity, of course, which could impact the day. Again, safety, our number one consideration out on the water. But well done to all of our crews. Good work. PDBC just in boat number 4. I'm sure a little rain, I think, cooling off a few of the paddlers out there. I'm sure have developed a bit of heat out on the water. We should have standing by down at the docks race number 43. We should have the following boats ready to go. 2 divisions, breast cancer paddler and the Senior B mixed standard 2K boats should be at the ready. Once the boats are in, I'll call the following boats. Again, we are keeping an eye skyward with regard to the weather. And certainly we won't get any thunderstorm activity, but there is a cold front coming through at the moment.
That's the sun shower. You can see the shade on the other side. So the sun's out, even though it's raining.
Jim said a bit of a sun shower today, a bit of a mixed. The 3 boats coming in. Let's give them a great round of applause. I'm sure they are happy to see the finish. It's been a long day. Good work. But also, as you were saying in general, the placing of the paddlers in a boat in a small crew, again, the placing is critically important.
Yeah, and you'll see a great variety of crews coming across the line. One crew stacks them all in the middle, and the other is leaving open seats. There's pluses and minuses to pretty much anything you try. So I guess some of that is a sense of working with the crew to see what they feel best. If there's room in between the seats, they've got a lot better sense of reach. But if they're all in the middle, that might help build a sense of team, much in the same way as a 20-person boat. It's also the lower part because it's the banana shape of the boat, the front and the back lift up. So it's a little harder to paddle in the extremes than maybe in the middle. So either lineup is a trade-off, and you'll see a lot of variety as the crews come in here.
Thank you, Jim. So again, keeping an eye on the weather. Race number 42 now concluded, heading back to the docks. We should have standing by again the following teams for race number 43, 2 divisions. The breast cancer paddlers, BCP, and the Senior B mixed standard 2K. So the following teams. Following teams in the Senior B mixed standard 2K. The following teams in boat number 1. We need to have FLCC. Fort Langley Canoe Club, Senior B mixed. Boat number 2, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 3, 22D Senior B mixed. Boat 4, H2O Senior B mixed. In lane number 5, or in boat number 5, the Beast. From Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, the Beast Senior B mixed. And the final boat in the Senior B mixed standard 2K, boat number 6, CSDC Senior B mixed. And in the BCP breast cancer paddler division, the following teams from Montreal, and boat number 7, H2O Cien Croix. Boat number 8, Dragons Abreast. Boat 9, Canal Dragons Hope Floats. Boat number 10, Robust. And finally, boat number 11, VIP Flatouts. Again, those teams I've just called. Again, if you can please make your way down to marshalling. And a big, big thank you. see a bit of blue sky, some sunshine coming out. Hopefully this cold front moving through quickly. Thank you. Good to see the sunshine out again. Get out the sunblock. Race number 43 should be loading as we speak. Once again, two divisions. Breast cancer paddlers, along with the Senior B Mixed Standard 2K. Senior B Mixed Standard 2K will be the first division out of the blocks, and there will be a 30-second gap in between before we start off the breast cancer paddlers. Senior B Mixed Standard 2K, the following teams. Boat number 1, FLCC Senior B Mixed. Boat 2, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 3, 22D Senior B Mixed. Boat 4, H2O Senior B Mixed. Boat 5, Beast. The Beast Senior B Mixed. And Boat 6, CSDC Senior B Mixed. And again, there will be a 30-second gap. Following teams in the breast cancer paddler division from Montreal. Boat number 7, H2O Siecro. Boat 8, Dragons Abreast. Boat 9, the Canal Dragons Hope Floats. Boat number 10, Robust. And finally, boat number 11, VIP Flat Out, should be loading the boats. Thank you. While I have our 2018 Hall of Famer Jim Farintosh, it's been great having Jim here. Of course, known to many of our crews. And I like to call him the Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's smiling. The Obi-Wan Kenobi of dragon boating, but respect where respect is due. And there was, when I was reading your fine book you published a few years ago, mostly dragon boat tips, tales, and lessons learned, there was a very interesting detail that you could expand upon, which I know many of the crews here are familiar. But for the benefit, not only for our family and friends, but for the benefit of a lot of new paddlers that I met yesterday, the importance of the start. And you mentioned that this was a conservative statistics that, roughly speaking, this is a generalization, but at the start of the race, usually about 80% of the time, the boats that are out of the starting block first usually win. If you can expand upon that.
Well, that's talking about straight line racing as opposed to the 2K now. But the start is pretty much the most important part of the race. You get up to top speed first. It's interesting that if you look at boats when they're all going at their top speed, there isn't a lot of difference between each boat. So the vast advantage that is possible is who gets to top speed first, aka who has the best start. So if you can get to top speed before the crew beside you, you will have earned some real estate in doing that. And then, of course, the only way that a crew will beat you then is either they have to come up and pass you, aka paddle faster than you down the latter part of the course, or you have to slow down. So either they speed up or you slow down. And generally the motivation once you're ahead can carry people into going harder and longer than they thought. So as an advantage, getting off the line and establishing a lead in the start is huge in dragon boat. It's important in any race, but particularly in this one.
Thank you, Jim. Once again, back to 2K. We have race number 43 now in the water, getting ready. Good to see the sun out once again. Two divisions. The breast cancer paddlers, BCP, and our Senior B Mixed Standard 2K on the water will be beginning very shortly. Good luck. All right, race 43, all set to go. Sun is out. And just a quick observation from Jim Farintosh, and I do agree. They've had great races earlier on this year. There's going to be a real race between the Beast from the East, the Beast Senior B Mixed, CSDC Senior B Mixed. Good luck. First boat all set to go, the FLCC Senior B Mixed. Race number 43. And we have two divisions within this race. First boat on the water. Good work. Boat number 1. Port Langley Canoe Club Senior B Mixed, FLCC Senior B Mixed are on the water. And our next boat, we have the VIP Gorging Dragons from Victoria, Vancouver Island. And this will be followed, I think we have boat 4, the 22D Senior B Mixed. Coming through in boat 5, H2O Senior B Mixed from Montreal. And next, and what a day they've had. And they are out from the Dartmouth Racing Club, the Beast SR Mixed, Senior B Mixed. Now in the water, good luck, and followed by, this could be a real race, CSDC from the Evolution Paddling Club, the Senior B Mixed, are on the water. And this followed by a 30-second break, getting ready for our next division, the breast cancer paddlers. And first team to go all the way from Montreal, part of H2O. They do have a number of teams competing today. H2O Siecro. Good luck. Followed by, and we have another boat for Dragons abreast. And they being followed by the Canal Dragons Hope Floats. Final two teams in our breast cancer paddler division, Robust. Looking good. Finally, final team, breast cancer paddler, our VIP Flat Out, are heading on out. Well, I still will have Mr. Jim Farintosh here, and again, as I've always done at past regattas, giving lots of love to our breast cancer survivors. And I had earlier on today, on a personal note, I had my sister Simone, a breast cancer survivor herself, and she was a champion canoeist when she was a teen. And I know she was meeting some members with Hope Floats. She might come out and might try for the team, but that's another story. But again, while I have Mr. Farintosh with me, just a few comments from yourself, Jim. Of course, the breast cancer survivors, I've always have called them the heart and soul of dragon boating in North America. But what's been your experience over the years with the BCP team?
Well, I agree, Tony. They are the real warriors of this sport. The name of my old Outer Harbor team, the word warrior is absolutely how I would describe these ladies. I can say I've had an issue with cancer in my life, and I know what it means to deal with the uncertainty of treatment and the sense of saying, let's get ourselves going. And having discovered a sport like Dragon Boat, having the sense of community and support, it's a huge, huge part of the lives of all of these, I'll say women. There are a few men that are involved, but primarily women, of course. So, congratulations to them all. I will also say that they're intensely competitive. These ladies do not want any quarter. The camp that I've had for years, they've always said, we're here, we want to be treated just the same as everybody else, and they absolutely are. So they embrace the racing, and as you watch the quality of these crews come around this course, I think you'll agree that they're worthy on a lot of levels. So competitively and emotionally, as I say, they are to be admired.
Superb, and a great team, and the level of camaraderie, the commitment, and the work on the water, and again, a great turn right here. Lovely work. Boat number 6 coming through, again getting the inside advantage. Again, a very, very good turn. Nicely done. And again, we're just keeping an eye on the weather forecast. We'll see how tomorrow is going to be developing, but a nice end to the day. Boats heading into their final, few boats into their 1,500 meter, a few boats coming into the finish. This will be followed by race number 44. We will have 2 more races to conclude the first day of racing here at the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships. I will be calling out the boats for race number 44 in a few seconds. Boats now coming in to the finish, and let's give them a great round of applause. All right, we got 3 teams with the breast cancer paddler coming through.
Just see whether they give the right of way to the 3rd crew. Not quite, but it's so close. This will be interesting.
And that 3rd crew,
the crew is taking it anyway.
almost covering the boat up ahead, very close.
Let's see what happens. They're giving them the inside.
Okay. Breast cancer crew again being given the inside lane. They covered the boat up ahead. Very close. Very slim turn.
Really nice control of that turn by boats 6, 4, and 3. Good sportsmanship in 3. They were covered by 2 boats and had to go extra wide, and their steersperson did a great job in staying out of trouble. 6 and 4, beautiful turns. Both crews handled it lovely, and great job.
Crews coming in. Give them a nice round of applause. Well done. And as a quick shout out for race number 44, the following team should be making their way down to marshalling. Boat 1 will have TMU Boat, the Toronto Municipal University. Boat 2, Mackey 24U. We have two divisions, one division. The 24U PS Mixed Standard 2K. Boat number 3, the Golden Hydras. Boat 4 will be the Rotman Commerce Liquid Assets Pink. And boat 5 will be Holy Macaroni. Boat number 6, the University of Waterloo Dragon Warriors. Boat 7, Holy Macro. Boat 8, NDRC Jade Dragons. Boat number 9, the Rotman Commerce Liquid Assets Teal. Boat 10 will be the True North U of T Engineering Iron Dragons Blue. Boat 11, UBC University of British Columbia Currents. Boat 12, PDBC 24U Mixed. And finally, boat number 13, 22D, 24U PS True Grit Mixed for race number 44. Final teams come in. A nice round of applause for our breast cancer paddler teams. Good work. And once again, you will find all of the results on our website, results.dragonboat.ca. Once again, that's results.dragonboat.ca for all of the finishing times and all of the progressions today. Final teams coming in. Well done. Again, this has been a very special day for Team Robust, breast cancer paddler team all the way from London, Ontario. They've competed in many, many regional, national, international competitions. But today, a very special day for this team, for Robust. And they've dedicated this year, and especially the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships, to the memory two of their teammates who died within a day earlier on this year. Bev Jorgensen was a member of the team since 2018, and Sarah Shillard, a longtime coach of Team Robust. And today, of course, a very, very special day, racing in the memory of these two great women. Heading back to the shore, and once again a shout out to the following teams for race number 44. Please start making your way down to marshalling, thank you. 24 UPS Mixed Standard 2K. For race number 44, the following teams. We need to have TMU Boat, the Toronto Municipal University Boats. Boat 2, Mackie 24U. Boat 3, Golden Hydras. Boat 4, the Rutman Commerce Liquid Assets Pink. And Boat 5, Holy Macaroni. Boat 6, University of Waterloo Dragon Warriors. Boat 7, Holy Macro. Boat 8, NDRC Jade Dragons. And boat number 9, the Rutman Commerce Liquid Assets Teal. Boat number 10, True North U of T. The Engineering Iron Dragons Blue. Boat number 11, UBC Current. Boat 12, PDBC 24 U Mixed. And finally, boat number 13, 22D 24 UPS True Grit Mixed for race number 44. Thank you. All right, on the water, race number 44, under 24 PS, mixed standard 2K. Now on the water, and a heads up for race number 45. We need to have the following teams ready down at marshalling once race number 44 is concluded. Once they're back unloading, we need to have race number 45 all set to go. For the following teams, we do have two divisions, the Senior C and the Senior A Mixed Standard 2K. Boat number 1, the Canal Dragons SA Mixed. Boat number 2, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat number 3, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club Barracudas. Boat 4, the 22D Senior A Mixed. And lane 5, or rather boat 5, CSDC Senior A Mixed. Boat number 7, we'll have the Bytown C Mixed. Boat number 8, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 9, PDBC Senior C Mixed. Boat 10, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club ODBC Ottawa Dragon Masters SRC Mixed. Boat 11, CSDC Senior C Mixed. And boat 12, the Beast Senior C Mixed. Those boats for race number 45, and those teams, again, if you can be down at marshalling, ready to go once race number 44 is concluded. Thank you. And a quick heads up on our final race of the day. The following heads up for the following teams in race number 46. This will be the final race today.
This is not the final race. We have 2 more races after this, 45 and 46.
So once again, we have race number 44 on the water, all set to go. A few minutes ago, I called out the teams for race number 45 to be at the ready, to be down at marshalling, ready to go, once race 44 has concluded. And this just a heads up for race number 46. Looking ahead. And we have several divisions involved in this race, Senior C, Senior A, Under 18 Mixed, and the Breast Cancer Paddlers, Small 2K. Following teams, a heads up for race number 46. Boat number 1, EDBRC Senior A Mixed. Boat 2, 3R Senior A. Boat 3, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat 4 will be the PDBC Senior A Mixed. Boat 5, H2O Senior C Mixed. Boat 6, GLP Great Lake Paddlers Senior C Mixed. Boat 7, CSDC Senior C Mixed SM. Boat 8, 22 Dragons Senior C Mixed. Boat 9, 22D Junior Shrimps. Boat 10, H2O Fujian Junior Mixed. Boat 11, PDBC under 18 Mixed. And Boat 12, 22D Junior Whales. Once again, those teams, just a heads up for race number 46. But again, we have on the water all set to go. Race number 44, under 24 PS Mixed Standard 2K, all set to go. And once again, a huge thank you to a gentleman, of course, well-known coach, steer, paddler, and a great long career in the world of dragon boating. He's just, I think, about to head out. But thank you, Jim.
I'm back.
Jim is now back. My God, the man is here. Good. Wearing his sunglasses, looking cool, calm, and collected. As you did when you were racing in the water, Jim, so. Oh, Jim just mentioned something he would like to speak to with regard to, I think, wearing sunglasses in the water. So, Jim, the mic is yours.
Just having some fun here. But yeah, I learned early in my career, especially as a steers person, but I think there's benefit even for the paddlers. To get used to wearing sunglasses, the glare off the water is significant, which can cause tension in your face. And, you know, when you're racing, you don't want any inefficient tension anywhere. So being able to keep the water out of your eyes, and even wind days, some days it can be an issue as well. I'm a big believer in wearing sunglasses. If you have them, you put them on. If you think at the 11th hour you don't need them, you can take them off. But if you don't take them out with you, then you don't have that option. So something I suggest everybody think about.
Speaking of sunglasses, I got a little segue into one of our vendors, Zizu, Z-I-Z-U. These are really cool high-performance sunglasses. They are available, so if you do want to pop by their tent, check out these glasses. Again, a huge thank you. I know when I paddled, Jim, of course, I rode high, being 6'7", of course. You know where I paddled? Engine room. I was a righty. I could do left or right. I could paddle on both sides, which was a good thing, but I would wear sunglasses. Kept the wind out of my eyes as well, so. Race 44 all set to go. It's the under 24 PS Mixed Standard 2K. We're off and running. Race number 44, under 24 PS, mixed standard 2K. And out of the blocks are boat number 1, TMU, the Toronto Municipal University Bold, followed by boat number 2, Mackie, under 24. Off and running. Third boat out, we have the Golden Hydras. This followed by, from the Evolution Paddling Club in Toronto, the Rutman Commerce Liquid Assets Pink. And I've always loved this team's name from McMaster University. Holy Macaroni, boat number 5 out of the blocks. Now followed by the University of Waterloo, Dragon Warriors. And now coming out, also from McMaster, Holy Macro. Followed by NDRC Jade Dragons. And out of the water, the Rutman Commerce Liquid Assets Teal. And True North U of T Engineering Iron Dragons Blue. And followed by a team making their first appearance here at the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships, all the way from UBC, University of British Columbia, UBC Currents. Now on the water. Boat 12, PDBC, under 24 mix. Finally, a Lucky 13, PDBC under 24 mixed. Now out of the blocks. Again, just a slight correction. Again, our last boat out of the water. Again, a slight correction. We do apologize. Boat number 13 was 22D, 24 under 24 PS True Grit mixed. Okay, as we can see here, of course, the third crew coming in will have the boat just in front covered. They will be getting the inside lane. Boat number 3 will have to give them the right of way as they make the turn. We'll keep a very close eye on this turn, and looking good. We're getting a very clean turn. Boat number 4 and boat number 3. Boat 4 on the inside, lane number 3 on the outside, giving them plenty of space. Well orchestrated, well disciplined turn. Good work. Now, one quick question, Jim, with regard to the 2K. Now, how long has 2K been used in international competition?
I think about certainly 20 years. I remember racing in Poznan in 2003 in a 2000. It was still sort of I'll call it a bit of a novelty at the time, but it certainly quickly established itself because crews found it exciting. People watching found it exciting. So it took a life of its own, but it's really come to the fore in the last 20 years, Tony.
Yeah, good work. Now, just very quickly, while we have race number 44 on the water, just a quick shout out once again to the teams in race number 45. This will be Senior C, Senior A, Mixed Standard 2K. We like to have these teams at the ready down at marshalling. So when race number 44 is back on the docks, we need to have race number 45 all set to go. Following teams, boat number 1, Canal Dragons Senior A Mixed. Boat 2, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat 3, ODBC the Barracudas. Boat 4, 22D Senior A Mixed. Boat 5, CSDC Senior A Mixed. Boat number 7 will have the VIP Gorging Dragons, boat number 8, Bytown C Mixed. Boat number 9, PDBC Senior C Mixed. Boat number 10, the ODBC Ottawa Dragon Masters SRC Mixed. Boat number 11 will be CSDC Senior C Mixed. And boat number 12, the Beast Senior C Mixed. Once again, for race number 45, should be standing by once race number 44 is concluded. Thank you. Final crews coming in, starting to dig. Race number 44. And we've got a real push to the finish. For many of these teams, it's been a long day. I'm sure they're tired. They will be resting well tonight for day 2 tomorrow. Long day for these teams. Let's give them a great round of applause. And I'm sure they're looking forward to a good rest tonight. Well done. Once again, just to mention, with regard to all of the results, going back to 8 o'clock this morning, simply go to our website, results.dragonboat.ca. You'll find all of the progressions throughout the day, all of the times as well. Good, strong finish. About 6-3 coming in. Well done. Good work. Oh, you can feel the heat coming from the water. Well done. Our final teams coming in. Congratulations. Good work. Take a quick breather here at the finish. Well deserved. You'll need it. And I'm sure many of our teams looking forward to a good rest tonight. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. Another quick heads up to our boats. Race number 45. We'd like to have you down at marshalling right away. Once boats are back from race number 44, we'd like to have you waiting. We want to get the boats loaded as quickly as possible for race number 45. We have 2 divisions. For race number 45 and boat number 1, Canal Dragons SA Mixed. Boat number 2, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat 3, ODBC Barracudas. Boat 4, 22D Senior A Mixed. Boat 5, CSDC Senior A Mixed. And boat number 6 running empty. Boat number 7, VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 8, Bytown C Mixed. Boat 9, PDBC Senior C Mixed. Boat 10, ODBC Ottawa Dragon Masters SRC Mixed. Boat 11, CSDC Senior C Mixed. And Boat 12, the Beast Senior C Mixed. Once again, those boats for race number 45. If you can please make your way down to marshalling. And a big thank you. I just want to thank, before we leave, Jim Farintosh. It's been great having Jim. It's been a great learning curve for myself, an old teammate. And even though I did forgive him for passing me in that Boston Marathon years ago, but Jim, final few words, and it's been great having you here this afternoon with many great insights into the world of, well, the 2K, but in dragon boating in general. But Jim, just a final few words.
Just wanted to say thank you, Tony, for having me, and wish all the teams well. 1 day down and 3 to go. So hope you have excellent racing, safe weather, and a great weekend. So congrats so far, and go get them in the next 3 days. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. Jim Farintosh, of course, back in 2018, was inducted into the Dragon Boat Canada Hall of Fame. Well deserved. Great athlete, great coach, great steers, great paddler. And indeed, a great pleasure having Jim sharing his many insights into the world of dragon boating. And really talking about the whole triangle of training through technique, fitness, the mental approach, and his many insights into the world of 2K on the water. But again, thank you, Jim. Now heading back to Pickering. Safe travel. Again, another quick housekeeping note. Again, this is day one of the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships, and we have many teams. Of course, they have their tents. They were all given garbage bags. But before we leave today, I know many teams, of course, will be back here tomorrow. But I do want to mention we do have lots of wildlife in the area. This is a very ecologically sensitive area. So before you leave, if you like to clean up your campsite, we want to have a nice clean area prior to leaving tonight. We'll be back nice and early tomorrow. Also, with regard to lost and found, this does happen. Now, the years we've been here, if you have found any car keys, and many people driving here, of course, but if you find anything, any car keys, any cameras, or anything on the ground, again, we have our lost and found just inside the athletic center. Just pop by the volunteer table. If you have found anything, again, a huge thank you. And also a big thank you to our many volunteers working today. It's been a long day, many here very early in the morning, and many from the Welland area. And a huge thank you to the team from the Welland International Flatwater Center who were here nice and early this morning. So a huge thank you to all of the members of the team from the Flatwater Center, and also to the great city of Welland, Ontario, and once again hosting the Canadian Dragon Boat Championships, and a great return this year for the 2023 edition of the Canadian Dragon Boat Championships. Once again, we should have the following boats, or rather the following teams for race number 45. We do have 2 divisions. And in the Senior A Mixed Standard 2K, boat number 1, the Canal Dragons Senior A Mixed. Boat 2, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat 3, the ODBC Barracudas. Boat 4, the 22D Senior A Mixed. Boat 5, CSDC Senior A Mixed. Boat number 6 will be running empty. Boat number 7, the VIP Gorging Dragons. Boat 8, Bytown C Mixed. Boat 9, PDBC Senior C Mixed. Boat number 10, the ODBC Ottawa Dragon Masters SRC Mixed. Boat number 11, CSDC Senior C Mixed. And boat 12, the Beast Senior C Mixed for race number 45. And again, a quick heads up for the final race. Again, we do have 45 on the water very shortly. For the final race, we will have 3 divisions for race number 46. We have the Senior C, Senior A, and the Under 18 Mixed. Or actually 4 divisions, I stand corrected. Senior C, Senior A, Under 18 Mixed. And the Breast Cancer Paddlers, the Small Cruise 2K. Boat number 1, EDBRC Senior A Mixed, Boat 2, 3R Senior A, Boat 3, H2O Senior A Mixed, Boat 4, PDBC Senior A Mixed, Boat 5, H2O Senior C Mixed, Boat 6, GLP Great Lake Paddlers Senior C Mixed, the Boat 7, CSDC Senior C Mixed, Boat 8, 22 Dragons Senior C Mixed, Boat 9, 22D Junior Shrimps, Boat 10, H2O Fusion Junior Mixed, Boat 11, PDBC Under 18 Mixed, and finally Boat 12, 22D Junior Whales. Those teams once again for race number 46, our final race. But now, race number 45 will be on the water shortly. Just a quick heads up on race number 46. Slight correction. There will only be 3 divisions. The Senior C, Senior A, and the Under 18 Mixed for race number 46. Race number 45 will be the next on the water. Good luck. Race number 45 on the water, and once again, just a quick heads up for the teams. 12 teams in our final event of the day, race number 46. And we will have 3 divisions on the water, the Senior C, Senior A, Under 18 Mixed. And again, a heads up for the following teams. We would like to have them down at marshalling, all set to go once the teams from race number 45 are back. So the following teams for race number 46, boat number 1, EDB RC Senior A Mixed, lane 2, or rather boat 2, 3R Senior A, boat 3, H2O Senior A Mixed, boat 4, PDBC Senior A Mixed, boat 5, H2O Senior C Mixed, boat 6, GLP Senior C Mixed, boat 7, CSDC Senior C Mixed SM, boat 8, 22 Dragons Senior C Mixed, boat 9, 22D Junior Shrimps, boat 10, H2O Fujian Junior Mixed, boat 11, PDBC Under 18 Mixed, and finally boat number 12, 22D Junior Whales. Once again, those teams, we'd like to have you standing by at marshalling, all set to go once race 45 is concluded. Thank you. Okay, so hang tight. Race number 45 standing by. On the water, good luck. Two divisions, Senior C, Senior A Mixed Standard 2K. All set to go. Third boat out, CDBC Barracudas. Dragons. And Monoa, the Bytown C Mix. Go on to the block. Boat number 9, Senior C Mix. Boat number 10 from my hometown, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, Ottawa Dragon Masters. Largest club in Canada's East Coast. Great to have the beast with us. Give them the right of way on the turn. Turn. Boat 5 getting a good inside edge. Well done, good turn. Well again, this a real true another good turn coming in. Inside edge. Good turn. day 2. And again, another quick shout out to our officials, to our many volunteers down at the box. It's been a long day. Deserving of a great rest tonight. Is done. Appreciate your applause, your enthusiasm. Good to see you. Final 3 coming in. Good work. Very good. Good work. Boats in race number 45. Again, they are not wasting any time. They want to get back off the water as quickly as possible. Head back for a well-deserved rest tonight. We should have the following teams for race. Our final race for day 1 of the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championship. And we should have the following teams. We have 3 divisions. For race number 46, Senior C, Senior A, and Under 18. We should have the following teams down at the marshalling. Thank you. Boat number 1, EDB RC Senior A Mixed. Boat 2, 3R Senior A. Boat 3, H2O Senior A Mixed. Boat 4, PDBC Senior A Mixed. Boat 5, H2O Senior C Mixed. Boat 6, GLP Great Lake Paddlers Senior C Mixed. Boat 7, CSDC Senior C Mixed. SM Late Boat 8, 22 Dragons Senior C Mixed. Boat 9, 22D Junior Shrimps. Boat 10, H2O Fusion Junior Mixed. Boat 11, PDBC Under 18 Mixed. And finally, Boat 12, 22D Junior Whales. Those teams, once again, we'd like to have you down at marshalling ASAP for our final race, number 46. Good luck. Race number 46, we should be loading the boats, and again, we should have the following teams down at Marshalling. If you are not, we need to have you down there as soon as possible. Thank you. Following teams: 3 divisions, Senior C, Senior A, under 18, mixed. Boat number 1 from Edmonton, EDB RC Senior A mixed. Boat 2, 3R Senior A. Boat 3, H2O Senior A mixed. Boat 4, PDBC Senior A mixed. Boat 5, H2O Senior C mixed. Boat 6, GLP Senior C mixed. Boat 7, CSDC Senior C mixed. SM, Boat 8, 22 Dragons Senior C mixed. Boat 9, 22D Junior Shrimps. Boat 10, H2O Fusion Junior mixed. Boat 11, PDBC under 18 mixed. And Boat 12, 22D Junior Whales. And again, we should have those teams down at Marshalling for our final race today. Thank you. And just checking the weather forecast, there might be a bit of activity this evening. Bit of rain, which I'm sure we will escape for the final race. Taking a look at the weather for tomorrow morning, I think things starting off mainly sunny. There might be a little liquid sunshine midday. We'll see how things develop tomorrow. Could be a little breezy tomorrow, wind coming in from the west. There might be a bit of a cross breeze for our paddlers tomorrow. We shall see how things develop. It was mainly a south wind, slight headwind during the course of the day today. But at this point, I think we're starting off with a reasonably sunny day in the morning. Always a good day, a good way to start the day. And it's been a great day, a productive day, and once again, a huge shout out and a huge thank you to all of our teams. Many teams on time down at marshalling, critically important. And again, certainly congratulations to many crews, of course. Here at the tail end of the pandemic, of course, there was certainly a great drop in the spot in the, just hang on a second. So we've had a good warm-up. I want to try and get all of our teams, if you can, please, in behind the starting line. We will be starting in the next few minutes. So good luck as we wrap up day number one. As I mentioned, of course, the pandemic, of course, so there was a drop in the sport, but we've had many new paddlers, many new teams coming online. And again, a huge congratulations to the many new paddlers. Met a few on the bus coming down from Toronto yesterday. Very happy to be here, racing in their very first nationals here in Welland. They were excited. They're pumped. What a day it's been. I'm sure many people have made new friends. Got a chance to meet some of the many teams from across Canada. Well warmed up, and I'm sure many looking forward to a great rest this evening. Well deserved, believe me, from all of us, the entire crew from Dragon Boat Canada, all of our officials, our volunteers, and certainly to all of our crews. I'm sure we'll be well rested for tomorrow. And finally, let's give them a nice round of applause. Our final race of the day, day one, race number 46, 3 divisions, Senior C, Senior A, under 18. We have our first Senior A team out of the blocks, EDB CRC Senior A mixed, followed by 3R Senior A, boat number 3. Now heading out, H2O Senior A mixed. Followed by boat number 4, PDBC Senior A mixed. And we will have a 30-second delay before we start the next division, Senior C. And again, starting off in 15-second increments. Boat number 5, H2O Senior C mixed. And followed by boat number 6, the Great Lakes Paddlers, GLP Senior C mixed. Followed by CSDC from the Evolution Paddling Club here in Toronto, Senior C mixed SM. And followed by the final boat in that division, 22 Dragons Senior C mixed. And again, our final division set to go. There will be a slight delay, 30 seconds. This is again a separate race, all set to go. Boat number 9. The 22D Junior Shrimps. And again, boat number 10, H2O from Montreal, Fusion Junior Mixed. And followed by boat number 11, PDBC, under 18 mixed. And finally, the Junior Whales from 22 Dragons, 22D Junior Whales, boat number 12. As I mentioned during the pandemic, we had, certainly there was a drop. Many of the teams and many paddlers, but a lot of new paddlers joining the sports. The 22 Dragons of Montreal, their junior teams were created during the pandemic, specifically the Shrimps and the Whales. And I believe, according to my notes, they attended their first Club Crew World Championship in Sarasota last year, 2022. Racing well on the water. Also great to have with us this year all the way from Edmonton. They've been here before, the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club, well-known not-for-profit organization in Edmonton. And again, had the pleasure of living there many years ago. Great city. EDB RC have represented Edmonton in Senior C in the senior category at local, national, and international competitions. This is a hard-working team. They train 6 days a week, working on tech, strength, and cardio. They've also attended many training camps throughout the year. Very hard-working team. Great to have them here in Ontario from Alberta. First team's in, 1,000 meters completed. And you know they're feeling tired. It's been a long day. First lap concluded. Well done. We have the third boat coming in, getting coverage on the boat ahead of them. They do now have the inside edge. We want to see a good clean turn here. Middle boat will have to give way to the third boat, now having the inside edge. So we want a good, clean, safe turn. This will be well looked at by our many officials on the water. Good, safe turn, well done, nicely executed. And this is how it's done. Next group coming in, 1,000 meters done. Congratulations. And again, they worked hard, and again, we certainly do appreciate the many teams and many spectators who've hung back for the final race. Thank you. So let's give them a nice round of applause. They need it. They deserve it. They're tired. They're hungry. Can't wait to get ashore. Long day for day one. Looking good on the water. Heading into their third 500-meter section on the water. And here we should get some very clean turns as they enter the third 500-meter section of the course. Looking good. And just looking at the sky, we are anticipating possibly some thunderstorm action later this evening. Hopefully we'll get that out of the way. Weather looks good for tomorrow morning, for day two. I think the day starting off nice and sunny tomorrow. We may get a bit of a breeze coming in from the west. Could be a bit of a crosswind on the course. We shall see how things develop. The two boats coming up, and I believe the boat in coming behind has some good coverage on the boat ahead. They will be given the right of way here at the turn. And this, of course, very closely monitored by our referees on the water. Believe me. So looking good. Boat number 6 with the orange tops, of course, have the inside edge. And we're looking at a very clean turn here. This is the way it's done. Good work. Good clean turn as they enter their third section. And just looking down the course, our teams coming in to help end the day. 500 meters, final 500 meters for race number 46, looking good. And we have our lead teams in the Senior A Mixed coming on through. Final 500 meters. Let's give them a great round of applause. The day is over. And trust me, they're tired. Can't wait to finish. Good work. And a quick reminder once again, all of the results throughout the day available on our website, results.dragonboat.ca. Lead teams coming through. Well done. Next group of teams coming in, and once again, a huge shout out to our referees, our officials out on the water. It's been a long day, and I'm sure looking forward to a good rest tonight, well deserved. You can just I can hear the sigh of relief here on the second floor of the tower. The day is over. Good work. Good finish. Looking strong. Using every last bit of energy. Good rest tonight. And of course, coming in will be our many junior teams. And once again, had the pleasure of meeting a few of these teams, a few of these paddlers yesterday during the training session, and many were excited about racing today, many making their debut. First time here at the Nationals. What a day it's been, and they are happy. And I can tell you right now, and I speak from experience, their arms are burning, their lungs are burning. But it's not over till it's over. Every last ounce of energy. And looking good. Our final crew coming through. Let's raise the roof. Let's give them a great round of applause as we conclude day one. And I can see them smiling here from the second floor. Happy that it's over, and what a day it's been. Day one of the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships here at the Welland International Flatwater Centre. Good work. And let's see them in. Trust me, they can hear your applause. They know it. Good work, and I can just see them smiling. They are happy. It's done. What a day it's been. Yes. A few leaning over. Yes, I'm still alive. And that wraps it up. And a huge, huge thank you once again to our team of volunteers, many of whom are from the Welland area. They've done a great job today. And again, thank you. Certainly to all of our officials, and certainly to our many family and friends, and to many of our crews, and especially to those crews watching the final race today. We want to thank the City of Welland once again hosting the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships. We want to thank the fine team, our sound team from the Welland International Flatwater Center. Again, without your help, it's been a privilege. Great to be back. We were last here in 2018. Also want to thank our many vendors today, Regatta Sports and Paddle Zone. Regatta Sport, of course, the great selection of official merchandise for the Nationals. Paddle Zone, the great selection of paddles and Dragon Boat accessories. They will be back tomorrow. Also, Zizou, S-Z-I-Z-U, great collection of high-performance sunglasses on tap. Also want to thank El Pinch, the taco truck, serving some fine Mexican food. They will be back here tomorrow. If you're back here tomorrow, El Pinch will be back along with Back Road Barbecue. They'll be here tomorrow until Sunday if you're looking for some great barbecue fare tomorrow. I want to thank our medical team as well. So again, thank you. And also just a quick housekeeping note, if you are heading back to your respective tents. Again, I know all of the teams have been given garbage bags, so before leaving tonight, if you could please, just make sure your area is nice and clean. Anything you see on the ground, you do take advantage of the recycling bins in the area. Of course, this is a very ecologically sensitive area. We have lots of wildlife that come out at night. So we don't want to have any refuse on the ground. Of course, want to keep things safe for the wildlife coming out tonight. We will be back here tomorrow. And again, safe travels to everyone. I know we do have quite a few, some team members are heading up to Brock University for the evening. If you're heading back to your respective hotel tonight, have a safe journey. Stay well, eat well, rest well, and we will see you back tomorrow morning as we continue with day 2 for the 2023 Canadian Dragon Boat Championships. And once again, thank you, and have a great night.